Good morning. I declare this meeting of Kempsey Shire Council open on this day, the 13th of February 2023. 14th of February. I'm certainly lost one day already in my life. I apologise for that. It is our first meeting for the year. I remind all people attending this meeting that it is being webcast on YouTube with audio and vision. A recording of the meeting is available on the internet and is required to be available for 12 months. Private recordings, including taking photographs by members of the public gallery, are not allowed. This disallowance of recordings, which includes taking photographs, is to maintain the integrity of the meeting proceedings. To be clear, as chair of this meeting, I will not accept any member of the public gallery taking photographs and interrupting the important work of council. The only exception to this if prior permission is sought for a specific reason. All members of the Kempsey Shire community are welcome to attend council meetings to observe. Please refrain from interjecting or undertaking any behaviour that will stop councillors from undertaking their important task of decision making. Please ensure all devices, like mobile phones, are on silent mode. On behalf of council, I welcome all people in the public gallery. Yes, there's quite a few there, observing live on the internet to our meeting today. Councillors in attendance are Councillor Arthur Bain, Councillor Kenny Ring, Councillor Dean Saul, Councillor Kerry Riddington, Councillor Scott Butterfield, Councillor Anthony Patterson, Councillor Simon Ferguson and Councillor Alexandra Wyatt. Council staff in attendance are Mr Craig Milburn, General Manager, Mr Michael Jackson, Director of Operations and Planning, Mr Steve Mitchell, Director Corporate and Commercial, Mr Daniel Thorogood, Manager Governance and Information Services, Ms Mel Peterson, Coordinator Governance and Information Services, and Sian Hunter, Governance Officer. With many challenges in our council future, I wish all well in continuing to have a successful meeting with carefully considered decisions in the best interest of our Kempsey Shire community. On page 3 of the agenda, there's a reminder of the oath or affirmation. As a reminder to all, I will read the affirmation that councillors took. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that I will undertake the duties of the office of councillor in the best interests of the people of Kempsey local government area and the Kempsey Shire Council, and that I will faithfully and impartially carry out the functions, powers, authorities and discretions vested in me under the Local Government Act or any other act to the best of my ability and judgment. All councillors took that or the oath of councillor when they commenced their role. We now start the council meeting with agenda item 1, which is an opening prayer, and ask Councillor Butterfield, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Dear Lord, help us in our deliberations today so that our decisions will be for the greater good for the whole of Kempsey Shire. Amen.
Amen. And I asked acknowledgement of country from Councillor Bain, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Bimai Marang, good morning. I'd like to also ask us to spare a moment to remember that yesterday was the 15th anniversary of the apology to the stolen generations. I still believe we have a lot of work to do. And I want us to reflect too on the upcoming referendum on the voice. I think we need to listen to Indigenous people in our communities. Dangati guten bari ditten. Nyanabu bita, nyanabu warubuko. Bandunga kai malamangu. Dangati guten ditten bari. Danang maranga ditten jabaria. Marangu. So what I said was, this is Dangati country, from the river and the plains, from the mountains to the ocean. This is Dangati country. May you all be well in this place. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Acknowledgement of servicemen, women and families. I ask Councillor Riddington, please, to deliver that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council acknowledges the sacrifice made by Australian servicemen and women and their families, in particular And I would like to acknowledge my grandfather, who was killed as a prisoner of war in Borneo in the Second World War, and those who gave their lives in defence of the freedom we all enjoy today.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. As all councillors in attendance, I don't believe we have an apology unless someone needs to leave early. We now move to item 5, which is confirmation of minutes. And the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Kempsey Shire Council dated the 13th of December 2022 be confirmed. I need a mover, please. Councillor Riddington. Oh, that's right, can't. Councillor Butterfield. A seconder, please. You could do that. Councillor Ferguson, thank you. Any debate or questions about the minutes? If not, I'll put it. Is there any dissent from confirming the minutes? There is none. I declare it carried. We now come to item 6 on our agenda, which is disclosures of interest. Councillor Butterfield.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to declare a non-pecuniary interest in legal matters item 12.1.
Thank you. And how do you propose to manage that? It's just to be technical. Maybe Mr. Thorogood explain the differences, please.
Yes, certainly. Councillors have options about how they manage an interest. They can choose to stay in the room and vote on the matter where the interest is non-pecuniary, non-significant, or for a pecuniary or a significant interest, they should leave the room. So in this case, the interest that Councillor Butterfield has declared is a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest. He may stay in the room if he wishes.
When we vote on that item. Thank you very much.
I'm happy to stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. We now move to item 7, items passed by exception. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor White. I missed you.
I would like to declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest, even though I may not have to. I made a submission in 10.4.6. My name is mentioned in that document.
Thank you, Councillor White. That's recorded. No other declarations of interest before we move back to where I want to be. Items passed by exception. Right, we have 8 items there, I believe, that are recommended that we pass as one block of items. First of all, before we have any questions on any of the items, I'd ask if anyone wishes to withdraw any of them. And of course, I will be withdrawing 10.3 as it was addressed in the public forum yesterday. Are there any other items? Councillor Patterson, please.
That was one I was going to withdraw. 10.3. Also, the 10.8 development activity, the LEP variations.
Thank you. Councillor Bain.
I'd like to withdraw the 10.4 local government elections. I think it's worthy to debate that or discuss that.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, do you have another item? No? Right. Before I ask for a move and a seconder on moving these items that are left, are there any questions on any of the items? Because if you, councillors, if you ask a question, then realise this is something you would like to bring back to an open debate on that particular item, you can then withdraw it. So we'll have questions now on any of the items that are left in. Councillor Wyatt.
10.7, can you please explain what the Grant Commission public hearing is and why is it in Kempsey? Like, what is the Grant Commission?
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. I think around every 3 years, the Grants Commission actually does a series of meetings around all the councils in New South Wales. They might do it actually every year because I think across the 3 years they need to get across the whole state. The Grants Commission oversees the state government aspect of the federal assistance grants, and it's an opportunity for councillors and for the public to hear from them about how that formula is actually calculated. It's a fairly technical formula based on a whole range of different factors. That then goes into how the federal money that is basically a large unallocated amount of money that comes into council, allows councils to spend that how they wish, and obviously that's linked to projects in our DPOP. And so it's something that just happens about every 3 years. It's normally a fairly short meeting. They'll do a presentation, and then there's opportunity for people to make comment and ask questions from them.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Do we have any other questions? On any other item? Thank you, Councillor White.
Is 15 minutes enough? Isn't that what we're asking for, a delay of our meeting by 15 minutes? Or 2 hours?
No, that's
The way
15
the
minutes after the
Yeah.
conclusion of the grant
Yeah.
presentation, we'll have to commence our meeting. That's what the motion reads. Or recommendation. Any other questions on any other of the items that are in the block of motions, recommendations? Anyone? Councillor Bain?
Could we just have a quick rundown on what the city's power partnership is about, please?
Thank you. Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
The city's power partnership program is a program run by the Climate Council. It aims to disseminate tools and knowledge to allow councils to take meaningful action regarding energy efficiency and climate change related issues. So by joining the City Power Partnership, which is hard to say fast, it allows us to access that information, and in return, we just one of our officers will undertake a short survey annually to demonstrate how we are reacting to climate change and issues important to us.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any other questions? If not, I'll ask for a mover for the items passed by exception, please. Councillor Ring. Seconder, please. Councillor Riddington. Any debate? Should not be. I'll put the item. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried. Item 8, mayoral minutes. There's none at this time. No reports from committees. Item 9. Now come to reports to council by staff. The first one is 10.1. It's a planning proposal for Barangi Road, Crescent Head. It's on page 12 of the agenda. I would like a mover, please. Councillor Patterson, your light's on. You moving it?
Yes, please.
A seconder, please. Councillor Saw. Councillor Patterson, would you like to address it, please?
Thank you. This planning proposal at Barangi Road, No. 1 Barangi Road, Crescent Head, I see as a great step forward for something that our council has been a proponent for, which is affordable housing. I see that this has been a great use of the existing land, but moving forward, that will actually have a few families living on that parcel of land instead of one, and with I suppose a great future for that area, and the possibility of more families to come. Look forward to everyone supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Do we have any other speakers or questions to be asked? Councillor Bain.
Looking at the proposal, there's a minimal impact on vegetation. Minimal. It's a very low impact proposal. I support it. I think it's I support what Councillor Patterson said, that it's going to enable people to have access to a more affordable accommodation, and it's an area that's got opportunities for growth. So I support it.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'd ask a question, and it's on page 15, and I'd like to be clear on this. Mr. Thorogood could kind of explain, if he could, the point about having the vegetated area covered by a covenant called an 88E instrument. please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The 88E instrument is an instrument which is affixed to the title under the Conveyancing Act that will place certain restrictions upon the use of that land. It's placed on the title, so it's not just binding on the current owner of that land, but it is binding on successive owners over time. So that covenant will remain affixed to that land either forever or until the authority that placed that covenant on there consents to its removal somewhere down the track.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. Councillor White.
Could you just explain exactly what we are being asked to approve in terms of, it says submit the planning proposal and undertake a gateway determination. So we're just being asked to approve this going to the Department of Planning and Environment to make a decision on whether or not this property can be subdivided.
Yes, thank you, Councillor White. So we need to understand what a gateway determination is.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, thank you.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so the gateway proposal, this puts the proposal up to the planning department, who can then allow us, provide us with authorisation to change our plan. Once we've got that planning authorisation, we'll then go out to community consultation for the planning proposal.
Thank you, Councillor White.
Thank you. So we're not being asked to approve this as such. We are being asked to refer it, to give permission for approval for council to refer it up to the Department of Planning. We're not being asked to approve this as a subdivision.
Yes, through you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The proposal is, yes, a referral to get the authorisation to take this further to the next steps.
Thank you. Councillor Whittington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for the sake of clarity, if I could ask Mr. Thorogood, people might be familiar with restrictive covenants on land and also the different categories of covenant. With this one, it's just vegetation. It's not a restrictive covenant on what you can actually build.
Mr. Thorogood?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know exactly what the content of the proposed covenant will be, but you're right, there are different types of covenants. There's a range of them under Section 88.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them are restrictive, some of them are positive.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Comments? Debate? If not, I'll bring it back to Councillor Patterson to close debate if he wishes.
Yes, I just like to make a couple more comments on this. As I see as council's role in this is to pass it forward to Gateway for their approval, hopefully. But just noting all the attachment and the planning proposal, the ecological and flora and fauna assessment, the bushfire assessment, the on-site water management, the Aboriginal cultural heritage and Aboriginal heritage of, lots of reports. This is my comment on this, is that I am very concerned that that we have so many steps for people to build a basic house on a basic piece of land, which I see this as. And this is just another step that we need to have these people to jump through to actually build on a site that's has minimal impact on anything, really. And I just think, and just want to say to my fellow councillors that we've just got to watch this, and we don't want to sterilise our environment so people can't achieve affordable housing, so people can't achieve a dwelling that they'd like to live in, other than the only option for houses that aren't built like this are built like that. And what are we going to do? We're going to start building up if we're not going to build out. So, I look forward to the support in future planning proposals on like this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll now put the motion before you. It's on the screen. Is there any dissent to the motion before you? Declared carried unanimously. We now move to item 10.2, which is on page 16 of the agenda. No, it's not. I jumped the wrong page, page 19. I apologise. It's the second quarter corporate performance report, labelled Quarter 2 corporate performance report. We have a recommendation for us from the staff. Would some councillor like to move that, please? Councillor Riddington. Need a seconder. Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Riddington, please. Would you like to?
Thank you. I thank Director Mitchell for this report, and I note how difficult it is in our financial situation at the moment. We have some very difficult decisions to make, but I really appreciate the honest, transparent accounting that we have. I appreciate all the input of all the plans that we have developed over the past years. I would commend this report to our fellow councillors and really think about what we are going to do in the future to look at redressing our financial position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Any further questions or debate? Councillor Patterson, please.
Just supporting Councillor Riddington in the fact that we have some hard decisions to make moving forward, that we don't want a budget that's projected to be having an underlying deficit for many years to come. And I don't think that's fair to our community that we do that. So making decisions like what we're going to spend our money on, what we're going to deliver, what council will help us deliver rather, is going to be very important for us moving forward. There is going to be cuts required. There is going to be service cutbacks required. As I suppose councillors that are looking to the future, we've all got those big decisions to make, and I just want to get it out there in the public arena that we want a council that survives. We want a council that moves into the future in a financial state that can deliver those assets and things that a community requires to move forward. So, I support Councillor Riddington.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any further commentary or debate? I'd like to actually also support the recommendation or the motion before us at this time. Council's financial situation is challenging, but not just challenging by the numbers, but challenging by lots of external factors like the pandemic, the weather situation affecting the roads, grants not being able to taken up immediately because of impacts of requirements for planning and environmental studies, and a whole lot of issues. And to me, I find that the staff have risen to the occasion, struggling with lots of issues coming at them, and yet still we are looking towards a financial position that is not totally black, but it's going towards that, and we look forward to continuing to have impacts that will improve our financial situation into the future, and we will also have to consider other ways of increasing our income to make us financially sustainable. It's a very important understanding that we've got to head that way. There's some other commentary. Councillor Bain, followed by Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd like to congratulate the staff on the work they've done in putting together this report, particularly the great work that's been done in our grants unit or the team, and acknowledge that so much work has been done. Although we recognise that a lot of money has had to have been deferred, but so much work has been done in capital expenditure. I'd just really like to underline that money is being spent, work is being done for the good of the Shire, and congratulations to the staff for the great work that they are continuing to do.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Ring.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Director Mitchell. Financial sustainability is a priority for council, and the outcomes of this report have, that we need to really focus on that. And I just wanted to know, are other councils impacted by this as well?
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Council, it's a sector-wide issue. We know that 17 councils have indicated they'll be going for a special rate variation for the year that starts on the 1st of July. So 13 of those councils have actually already lodged their submissions with IPART, and the other 4 have got an extension. So, and some of those projected increases in those councils are quite large. Now, every council is very different in terms of their circumstances, their own financial position, and the size of the special rate variation, or how they may address their financial sustainability issue. But one thing we do know, and as we've talked about in the past, is the rate peg is a significant limitation on our ability to have a strong financial position. And as we've referenced in this report that's come to council this month, the rate peg for next financial year is 3.7%. Yet inflation, as everyone knows, is running at double that pretty much. So not only does that sort of cause an impact for next year, we've had those same impacts over the last 12 months, and then you get the compound effect of that in future years as well. So they are some of the real challenges that the whole sector is facing, and some councils are in a better position to address some of those things than others. So, I guess one of our challenges, as we've talked about, is we have limited own source revenue opportunities, where some of the metro-based councils tend to have greater access to some of those income sources, which they can then use to offset some of their costs. So it's not an easy fix. It's one that that the whole sector is faced with, and everyone's actually addressing it in their own particular ways, which we will need to be doing over the next 12 months and beyond.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, just to add a bit of historical context that for the councillors as well. Back in 2016-17, with the councils across the state, it's about 15 councils who were running deficits. In the year 2021, that's over 60 councils that are running deficits. So it's a long-term systemic issue for local government to actually be in a financially sustainable position.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Saul, please, followed by Councillor White.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I wish to commend the staff for their report. It's important that the community do know our status and how things are in a true sense of the word. But also be encouraging, Mr. Mayor. We are making headway, thankfully. Long way to go yet, but you can see that, as you mentioned, it was black. I'd say it's a grey area going towards black. And the thing is, we need to tighten our belt and find a way so we can right the ship and go forward. But yes, it's an encouraging report, and I thank the staff for their plain speaking. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor White, please.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question, or make a statement, then ask a question about 10.2.3, the operating plan, which sort of talks about things that are on track, have been deferred and have been completed. It can clearly see, or I can see a pattern there that are the things that are behind schedule are related to things that are affecting all sorts of sectors, industry, government, private, in terms of accessing materials and contractors and people. I think these are largely outside of council's control. I think I can see that some of the deferred stuff is a lot of the strategic planning. And this kind of makes sense from an asset risk and an asset management, liability and risk management perspective. But what I am concerned about is the legislative requirement of development applications. We have a statutory requirement of 40 days to prove those through the EPNA Act, and we're behind that at the moment. It has been brought to my attention by a couple of people in the community who have had their developments delayed, and one of them has cost them a huge, a very significant amount of money. I was just wondering, how is council risk managing this underperformance? How is council risk managing that underperformance of development application, knowing that there is a statutory requirement and a legal penalty potentially?
Thank you, Councillor White. Mr. General Manager, please.
We'll ask Mr. Jackson to speak to it first, and then I may add a little bit after that.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Yep. So the requirement to determine development applications within 40 days is a specification within the legislation. It is dependent on a number of factors, including referrals to other agencies. And as this is in a the other item regarding the performance of development applications section, but the referrals to other agencies, including the bushfire RFS, is a concern, and their performance. They have to deal with these things statewide, and they're unable to meet their timeframes, which of course can delay us as well. Development applications are being triaged to attempt to resolve those that can be resolved as quickly as possible and without the impact of those additional referrals. But where they are required, there are impacts. Also, developments, we do work with developers, inform them of the anticipated timeframes and try to give them as much information as possible to allow them to better structure their activities in knowledge of the performance that is more likely to be achieved.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I would just like to ask a question. When you've got a deemed refusal, it's up to the actual developer to take that further, isn't it? wasn't aware of, and I thank her very much for her time and for her articulate contribution. I would definitely commend this motion to our council.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Councillor Bain, please.
Yes, I'd also like to speak in support of this motion. It's about a review, and it includes consultation with the cricket players. We've got a fantastic venue for cricket at Eden Street. And I think I'd really, again, support what Councillor Riddington said about Emma Tamblin speaking yesterday. She was clear that, you know, the soccer, the Rangers, the soccer season is extending, that they're taking it to a higher level. I think this is a really great opportunity to encourage young people in Kempsey to be engaged with the sport of their choice and providing really good facilities. Thank you.
Councillor Bain, thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak or ask a question? If not, I'll come back to Councillor Patterson if you'd like to close the debate, please.
Thank you. I don't see there too much more to be discussed about this, other than reiterating what Councillor Bain and Councillor Riddington have spoken about. It's really listening to the users of those fields, listening to the people of our community. You know, once again, I think we're showing our community that we do listen, we do intermingle, we talk to our community. You know, we listen to them, not always with the result that they're wanting, but you know, when we can, it is there. We are.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? Not. I declare it carried. Thank you very much. We have one final agenda item, which is 10.8. Oh, 10.4. On my local government elections. My apologies. I missed that. I apologise. I thought it was the last item, but it's the second last item. Local government elections, which is 10.4, and recommendation is there. I would like a mover, please. Councillor Bain. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Bain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I've got to admit I was a bit shocked when I first saw this on the business papers. We are, as councillors and as council staff, were impacted financially and mentally, physically and emotionally by the iVote collapse, which meant we had to come back and do it all again. And my initial reaction was, oh, what are we going with the same election mob, the same mob? Thank you for the word. And then I read the papers and I thought, oh yes, okay, this makes sense. We're looking at about $250,000 in our budget, and I believe that one of the quotes is close in that ballpark. The other one is quite significantly more expensive, and so as a sensible financial decision, I think we need to engage with the New South Wales Electoral Commission. I'd also like to make the point that it was actually not the Electoral Commission, it was the failure of the state government to properly fund the iVote system that caused the collapse. And let's say we know that iVote is not going to be back again. We know that they're going to relook at the whole process of online voting, and that's not going to be an issue in the coming election. New South Wales Electoral Commission has major experience in running elections, and I think although there is an urge to have vengeance, I think we've got to swallow the bitter pill and support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Bain. Thank you. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I echo Councillor Bain's statements about not taking vengeance. Believe me, I've dreamt it several times. My view is they're the only cop in town. They are the controlling body. They're significantly cheaper. I think, as Councillor Wyatt was saying last night, if you've got a builder who builds a shoddy building or gives you a shoddy product, are you going to go back? But again, they're the only cop in town. So I really have a problem, and it's sticking in my craw like you've never seen. But as a financially responsible council member of our beautiful Shire, I would recommend we go with the Electoral Commission. I'll seek other ways of vengeance.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I didn't hear that last bit.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this, and I 100% agree with Councillor Riddington. And for me, it's a matter of my ethics and my principles, and I completely understand the finance, and I trust that this will be passed anyway. So I completely understand that. I think that this corporation has a monopoly. I think it's an unfair operating environment. I really don't want to reward a company that failed significantly despite having 100 years of experience in this space. Yes, they have gotten rid of the IVAC, but they haven't replaced it with anything. So that is a potentially discriminatory factor, which will be interesting to see the amount of either informals or not votes. So I 100% agree with the finances. You know, it is a significant difference, but I'm standing here on my principles and my ethics, and I'm saying no.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Patterson.
Just something that bring into this debate. Well, I suppose it's a debate about it, but the Electoral Commission had an option when this I vote failed. They had an option to suspend the next election till 2024. So that isn't the company running this. You know, so I think there's quite a bit of mud that stuck after this result. I would have liked to seen that happen, that the election was suspended until that time when they had that option, which they used during the COVID, because there's a couple of councillors here that served 5 years of one term because of that. So that was an option that they didn't take. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor White, do you have another question? Otherwise, you can't speak again.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
A question to Mr. Thorogood about the wordings of the motion before us. Do we need to specify that it's a New South Wales Electoral Commissioner we're asking, not just the Electoral Commissioner? Could New South Wales be included?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be redundant given that that's sections that are being referred to in the New South Wales Local Government Act. The wording that you see on the screen, you'll note, does not look like one of our normal recommendations. This is specifically the wording that the New South Wales Electoral Commission has provided us legal advice that they wish us to use. So I would discourage any changes to that wording.
Or even improvements. All right, thank you. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah, I fully support what we've all said about this, but I think in the act of doing the best for the community, I think the answer is fairly clear that we need to support this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Are there any further debate? If not, I'll ask Councillor Bain to close debate.
Yeah, thank you, councillors. And I think it was important that we got the ability to air these views, so that people that are watching or listening to our council meeting can be clear on that. Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Can we not have these interjections? This might be one of the reasons that we need to look at the.
You have a point of order.
I have a point of order.
Would you tell me what the point of order is?
Point of order is Councillor Patterson is interrupting and interjecting while I'm speaking.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, would you withdraw and apologise, please?
Sorry that I mentioned possibly only 5 people.
No, just withdraw, please.
I'll withdraw and apologise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Apology accepted.
Councillor Bain, would you conclude your closing remarks?
Right. So I think it was important that we air that so that our community are aware that of what our feelings are and why we made, because it will seem to the community a very bizarre decision to go with the people that have let us down in the past, but they will understand because we have we have debated this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent from the motion before us? There's one. Thank you very much. I declare it carried. Now we can come to my final one. 10.8. Thank you very much, Mr. General Manager. Page 44. It's been withdrawn. Development activity and LEP variations, quarterly snapshot, second quarter. Councillor Patterson, do you withdrew this?
Yeah, I'd like to.
You'd like to move it?
Move it.
Thank you. The council notes the information. Councillor Patterson, and of course, as a mover, you could change anything you wanted.
Need a second.
Thank you.
Need a second.
Yes, I'm getting to that. I'm just putting down the fact that Councillor Patterson is the mover, and then I asked for a seconder. So I do know that I've got to get a seconder. Thank you for the advice. Seconder, Councillor Saul. Councillor Patterson.
This is a very important one that I believe that had to be pulled out. And I've got lots of questions to ask, and this possibly will be through to Mr. Jackson.
Well, first of all, you speak to it and then ask the questions.
Yeah. The development activity in our shire over the quarter had been unbelievable. The year to date, last year, 21-22, had, where are we, $31 million worth of value approximately approved, where this year, the year to date, 22-23, which was October, November, had $53 million worth of approvals. I just see that it's something that is very big in our community, something in our shire of being able to build, being able to develop, being able to give people places to live, being able to do that fluently to not affect affordable housing. First one of my questions is related to this.
I'll let you ask questions now. Thank you.
Yeah, is through to Director Jackson. Have you got an estimate of how many vacancies are in the planning area?
You mean as staff?
Staff planning area,
Mr. Jackson.
In terms of staff vacancies, we're currently only carrying, I believe, 2 vacant positions in the planning area.
Okay. What's the total number, approximately?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I believe there's 6 planners plus administrative support, approximately.
We'll take that on notice, but there's certainly between the direct planners and the administrative staff that actually system, there'd be probably, could be 10, I think. Yeah, we've definitely come back on that and the number of vacancies.
Okay, so the number of vacancies, well, if it was 2, it'd be 20% then. There's 2 vacancies.
I won't get into that until we know that.
Yeah, but I'm just leading into where I'm going with this. You know, we're looking at Dean. DAs that are Dean within 40 days, October 19 out of 35, you know, November 23 out of 39, December 13 out of 30. Have these any direct relationship to being later because of the possibility of the RFS reports not being there? Or is that just a base sort of number?
I might actually jump in on that one.
Mr. General Manager will answer that. Thank you.
It's very difficult, and Mr. Jackson may add to this, it's very difficult to make a general comment.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these would be very specific to very specific DAs.
Yeah.
We need to be cautious we don't point the finger just at the RFS.
No.
The RFS certainly are looking at their processes and trying to ensure that they get their work done, and understand the government's looking at the resources in that area. There are other agencies, there's other factors in relation to documentation, reports and things like that that need to be improved or updated and those sorts of things. So it's very difficult to actually go, you know, is it just one area or the other? It's there'd be a range of factors that actually impact the actual delays. Yeah. I don't know whether Mr. Jackson wanted to add something to that.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The numbers, as you can see, sort of the year to date, you know, we're 107 within 40 days and 210 total determined. These are quite significant numbers, and particularly the faster you see in comparison to the year before, more than double the number determined within the shorter periods. So systems are working. There have been the team have been implementing computerized systems and websites, etc., to get those referrals happening faster and get the processes working better. And it is showing some result. But yeah, the volumes are also increasing, as you can see as well.
Yep. So leading me into what I want to say, that council's doing a great job with the short number of staff that they have, with the hurdles that they have in front of them, with the all the issues that come in front of the DA, RFS just being one of them, not the main one, but to have I'm just reading here, the environmental planning assessment regulations specify the approval time for a development application is 40 days. That's been put on our council, but we have had no control in the regulations that have been put on us that affect us delivering that date. So that's something that I wish that we could, I wish that we could advertise a little bit more in the fact that count, you know, I've heard so many times that council's no good, the DA's been taking forever, what's council doing, when in fact there's so many regulations that the DA has to pass to get through council, you know, that affects that number. I just find it interesting that the government puts those 40 days on us, but yeah, does not give us any control in that other regulation to receive the DAs.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
Still going.
I think you've got questions and debates, and it really causes problems for our time. I don't know how long you've spoken for.
One more question.
You have another question?
One more question.
Okay, it's a question, not a statement. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Michael or Mr. Milburn, what effect has the planning portal had on lodging DAs now that they're not lodged at council, they're lodged online?
Mr. Jackson or Mr. Milburn?
Mr. Jackson.
I believe the planning portal has improved the situation. As you can see, we're able to receive this information. Applicants can see the information. You know, with for instance, only recently an RMS referral. They lodged it straight onto the portal. The applicant saw it immediately and was able to action it, so it didn't rely on the manual processes of our people picking it up and forwarding it on, etc. So it does provide efficiencies, and it is improving the process along the way. There may or may not have been hiccups, but certainly in terms of a genuine process improvement, getting things up and being completely transparent to all parties as to where it's at. They can see the referrals, they can see all of those things. It is improving the situation in my estimation.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Councillor Riddington, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. My question is to Director Jackson. For the sake of clarity, could you please I know that you won't be able to do it, give me a brief overview of 4.6 and the powers in 4.6 outside of anything else, like to vary height limits or to vary land? I've been asked this question several times in the past 2 weeks.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Mr. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is clause 4.6 of the local environment plan. Okay. I'd have to call that one up and I'll get you an answer. So what are the powers of clause 4.6?
Thank you.
All right, I'll undertake to get you that response.
Thank you.
Thank you. For those observing on the internet, sometimes councillors ask such a good question that council staff can't know everything. They will go away and bring back the answer. So thank you very much for the question, and thank you, Mr. Jackson, for giving us the answer eventually, as soon as you can, I guess. Any other comments or questions on the motion before us? If not, I'll come back to Councillor Patterson to close debate if he wants to.
Yes, thank you. I'll just shortly say that I see this as a very big part of our role as council, to be the certifier, the DA certifier for these developments. The developments bring jobs, bring families, houses bring children, schools need kids, businesses need people. So we need the ability, which has been shown here by our council and done great work, being able to double the determined DAs within 40 days in an environment where the DA value has also doubled in that time comparing to the year before. I want to commend council and council staff on their ability to do such, and I'm very happy to work with my fellow councillors in council moving forward to, if there's some way that we can help expedite this, the DAs in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There being no dissent, I declare it carried. They are the reports from council staff. We now move to reports from councillors, and first item on that is 11.1, live streaming, which has been presented to council by Councillor Bain. I ask Councillor Bain to move the motion and speak to your motion, please. First of all, move it, and then I'll second that.
I'll move it.
Yes, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor White. Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor White. I just want to be very clear that when someone seconds a motion, doesn't mean that they support it, but it means they believe that it is worthy of debate. Just to clarify that for my colleagues. I acknowledge that the current council system goes beyond the minimum standards, which are required by the Model Code of Meeting Practice, which only requires the council to put an audio recording on their website. However, I believe that the staff and most of the councillors here would agree that Kempsey Shire Council aims higher than a bare minimum. We aim for best practice and we aim for continuous improvement. Why have I brought this motion? I believe that transparency in our decision making is extremely important. Part of the promoting the open discussion in council is that we want to educate our community, particularly as has been brought up on a number of occasions. We have some very, very difficult and painful decisions to make in the next 12 months. If those decisions are made transparently and with bringing the community along with understanding how and why we're reaching these decisions, that will be a positive. It's about accountability. When I go to, in an election and people say, I don't even know who the councillors are because they don't see our faces. They don't understand who is holding particular points of view. And that can be the wide diversity of people in our community. They can say, well, hang on, I like what councillor such and such has to say. I'm going to think about that in the next democratic election. I'm supporting grassroots democracy. It builds trust with our community. And it allows the community to see body language and, as was an example earlier in this meeting, those interjections which don't always come up on the audio, and unless they're called out, they'll go unnoticed. Models. We're looking at different models, and I thank the GM for the comments in the minutes. Looking at the different options. Some of our maths differs a little bit. The Armidale model, $18,000 over 2 sites. I I contacted a Greens colleague in Armidale Regional Council and she got a report which I forwarded to everybody about those costs and about 3 hours a month for staff work to maintain the system. And there was a comment about inflation and the increasing costs. One of the few things that gets cheaper, I'm too loud. Okay, one of the few things that gets cheaper over time is technology. It gets better and it gets cheaper over time. And there's a wide range within that model of local government paper. From Broken Hill, who spent $20 on an extension cord so that they could film on the mobile phone, which they put up on their Facebook page, shows vision. The Inner West Council, $10,000 setup, $14,000 a year because they get an outsource the webcasting, and Hornsby about $36,000 with ongoing costs. What we're asking in this resolution is that a report is brought to council. The timing is about the operational plan. If we get something, if we want it to happen in the next 12 months, it has to be in the operational plan by pretty much by the end of March. I believe that by showing vision, there is an opportunity to bring advantage to our community, that they understand the decisions that we're making, they understand how and why we have to reach those decisions. So I commend this to my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. We have Councillor Riddington and then Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bain, thank you. I've thought long and hard about this particular review and report. As you would know, I've indicated I really didn't sign up to have my head on public view and have then access to other people who have done it before and put dubious comments about councillors on a website. From my point of view, I support it in principle. I'm all for transparency. I'm all for openness and honesty in our decision making. But in all honesty, I really can't. I can't support it only because of the cost. We're really making some hard decisions. Can I ask Mr. Thorogood a question in this?
You can if you finish you don't get a second speech though.
No, I don't want a second speech. I think I've made myself quite clear.
Okay, so now you can ask a question of Councillor Mr. Thorogood.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. So, with the report cost and review cost of this, how in your estimation, what would it be? And the system we've got now is perfectly acceptable and in fact goes over the standards required. So my question is, what do you reckon the cost and staff time in preparing this report would be?
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Mr. Thorogood.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. You raise a good question in how long it would take, I guess, to review. We've probably got, from the recommendation that's been put forward, we're looking for something that includes a view of councillors as a collective and a facial view of the speaker. So you're looking for a system similar to what Armidale Regional Council has. Councillor Bain and I do the sums on that a little bit differently. I think I added up, they spent about $24,000 on theirs. COVID has seen a shortage of chips, which has seen a significant cost escalation in technology. So we've seen technology prices for the sort of stuff we buy double in spaces. I think $30,000 as an estimate for a system like Armidale's is a good estimate. As for staff time, look, there's probably in the order of a few days running around getting quotes, liaising with vendors and the likes to move that along. Say probably 1 to 2 weeks of a staff member's time over the space of the exercise would probably be about what I'd estimate would go into that.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, please.
Thank you. I've got 3 points. First point is, who are we representing here? The whole Macleod? Or I've got a question. I think it's
point a whole of Macleod or the whole of Shire, which the whole of Macleod goes to
Shire, or 0.07 Councillor Ring, was it 0.07? Percentage of people who watch the. Yeah.
You wish to ask a question of
Anyway.
Councillor Ring, you have to go through me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Anyway, so the roundabouts figure is about 0.07 people that tune in here. Quite a few of those are council staff because that's part of their job. Because some of the times we're dealing with things that they have to deal with. Number 1 point, I will go straight to the report from our responsible reporting officer. My opinion that council's projected financial position in 36 to 23. 30th of the 6th, 23 will be unsatisfactory and being based upon the following factors: general fund overspending, increased CPI wage, etc., etc., etc. That's number 1 point. We have to be responsible with spending ratepayers' money, that we're spending it on ratepayers, not singular ratepayer. Number 2, some councillors, like Councillor Reddington stated, don't sign up to have their face stuck on a video that everyone can look at and see. There may be people that have issues about their identities. There may be people that have issues about the way they look. I have issues that I wish I had more hair. You know, that's you know, you just really that point to me is a very big point, that we as councillors are signed up and put ourselves on the line. I leave my job each time we come here, like lots of people here. We give our time to come here to make decisions, not on how we look, but what's in here, not what it looks like. Number 3, inclusiveness. We have got a councillor that have put this up to us that proposes to be inclusive. What about people that don't?
You cannot possibly say that, Councillor Patterson.
Retract that.
Thank you.
Retract that. I'll put it differently. Number 3 is inclusiveness. What about people that are sight impaired or blind? Is that statement that we need vision of their face so that we can make decisions, that we have to see people's face to make a decision? That is not inclusive, and that should not be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Just a reminder, you cannot possibly get into the mind of any councillor who puts up a motion or why they've done it, okay? We have another speaker, Councillor Wyatt.
Would you be willing to, can I just put up an amendment? Or first of all, ask a question and then put up an amendment?
Yes, you can ask a question. Thank you.
Okay. My question through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bain is what is being asked here is to undertake an investigation to include it into the DPNOP, to undertake an investigation. It's not a commitment to say we will spend this to provide this.
That's your question?
Yep.
Councillor Bain, there's a general comment to all councillors. If another councillor asks you a question, you do not have to answer it. Okay, that's a general ruling of the Code of Meeting Practice. So, Councillor Bain, do you wish to answer that?
Happy to, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Yes, it's calling for a report, and I'd like a clarification there too, if I may, through to Mr. Thorogood. I think Councillor Riddington's question was how much would it cost to do the review, rather than if the review found. So, can we just backtrack and review that, please?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd estimate that if I was to put that into dollars, there's probably about $5,000 worth of labour in actually undertaking the review. Considering that, whilst I said it's a fortnight of staff time, we have significant on costs on top of our labour costs and so on. So it's not direct. It's not just the time that contributes to that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, I'll come with you a moment, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor, Mr. General Manager, please.
And just to add to that, we'd be taking our information technology staff off other things to actually do that, and that's the opportunity cost of that, where they'd be actually not being able to provide the frontline assistance that they would normally be doing.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, I mean, I think that everything we do has an opportunity cost because the money tree is never ripe enough. So everything that we do, we make one decision, it affects something else. So everything that we do is an opportunity cost. What I'm proposing to make an amendment is to number 1 is, would you be willing to accept appropriate image size and remove the facial view, because I do agree with my colleagues about the facial recognition. That does bother me, but I'm not opposed to like that image up there. Someone said that's appropriate. I'm pretty blind, so I can't see that. I can see people, but I can't see that. I don't think that's appropriate. So I'm not opposed to that. So yes, would you, for number one, would you just accept the facial view remove? And then I have an amendment for another point as well.
Councillor Bain, you have another question to you.
Yes, I'm happy to accept that amendment. So removing, I can't see where it actually.
In number one,
number one.
The live stream includes a view that councils and.
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, removing the facial view. Yes, I'm happy to do that.
That means that when I'm talking, the camera is not on me.
Yeah, and that may have a that may reduce the cost significantly as well.
Because some of those images in there of other councillors, it shows much clearer images than that. And my second amendment is to number three. Number two, investigate the cost in collaboration with councillors and provide a report including cost benefit analysis and benchmarking. So I'm asking that to be in collaboration with councillors. So that when that report comes, it is done in collaboration with councillors.
Councillor Bain, you're being asked to accept that. We could see the wording of the possible councillors. We'll capture the words and then we'll have further comments. We'll just wait for that, Councillor White.
Those words, okay. To
Councillor White, I just need to repeat those words. We didn't capture them. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. I'm just trying to rethink what my words were. I'm putting context in here. Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, request that the General Manager investigate the cost in collaboration with councillors and including cost benefit analysis and benchmarking. And then the rest is fine. So that the intent there is that the investigation is done in collaboration with councillors, so that maybe we get a draft report or something like that we can have our input into.
So that's your amendment?
Yeah.
And just before I ask the General Manager, Mr. Councillor Bain, would you accept that? Okay, well, thank you. Mr. General Manager, please.
We'll try and simplify this if we can through Mr. Mayor. Firstly, councillors can't have input into reports to actually prove it, so you can't actually influence the report. So that wouldn't be able to be included if that's the intent of that. If we were to bring back a report, what we'd be telling you is that it's going to cost you about $30,000. You already know that. So stop wasting time about asking for a report, is my suggestion. If you want to include this in the DPOP, just simply include it in the DPOP with an estimate of $30,000. The question you then have is that the priority you want to spend on that $30,000 when you come to the DPOP? So there's no need from our perspective to have all of this. All you need to do is have number three, include the upgraded audiovisual system in the 24 operational plan with an estimate of $30,000. Full stop. That's all you actually need. 4 is factually wrong. We already do a live stream that actually shows a visual of the councillors. You might not like the size of it, but it actually already does it. So it's actually factually wrong anyway. So I would suggest you look at doing that. You might want to put it in the draft. Firstly, you'd have to debate it here and put it up, because your question here is, with the financial position of council, is this a high enough priority to actually put that $30,000 in to upgrade a system that is not broken, or is over and above the extra standards actually required? Very few people have actually asked for this sort of upgrade when we're getting hundreds and hundreds of people wanting more on our roads and our parks and things like that. So is this really a priority when our system already does everything that Councillor Bain said in his opening address?
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. I'm going to ask Councillor Bain, do you accept the suggested amendment from the General Manager? Or not?
Yeah, okay. So I'm happy to I'm happy to just go with that point 3 then, that we include the upgrade of the audio visual system. I didn't $5,000 for a report for something that's possibly going to cost about 30, but it may be less than 30 if we don't do the facial. So it may differ to that, but if we can include that in the draft,
operational plan.
So include the upgrade of the audio visual system as an item in the draft 23-24 operational plan. I would be happy with that.
To a value of $30,000.
To a value of $30,000. Yes.
Thank you.
So that would be an upper limit.
Yes. So that changes the.
All
of the 1, 2, and 4 disappear, and we've only got to 3.
Yep. So can we see that on the screen, please?
Yep.
Based on, I'm happy to remove it.
Yep.
Leave it as is. Makes sense to me. I would still like the removal of the facial view in the first one.
The whole thing's reviewed, withdrawn. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll see the new amended motion that Councillor Bain is putting up in a moment, and then we can continue the debate, and the first person will be Councillor Ferguson. So we'll just wait for that. Councillor Bain, is that satisfactory? You happy with that?
Yep, I'm very happy with that. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can I just say a thank you to Councillor Bain for the work he's put on this one. It's excellent. He raises a lot of very good points. But in our discussions yesterday about priorities, I really think that we have a lot of things that are broken and in need of repair in the Shire, and we really need to focus on those. I believe this one should be left until the current technology actually needs upgrading, and we need to spend money on it. And I'm sure the staff in that position will, at that time, will look to get the very best that they can when that needs happening. So we're not duplicating that now. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Patterson, you've got your light on. You've already spoken. Do you have a question? Have a question, right?
2 questions.
Okay, you're on.
Thank you. My first question through to the General Manager. I'd just like his reply on this, because it's a very sparse question, but it has to be asked. Does this mean that our minutes recording is heading down the way of Councillor so-and-so was unshaven today, Councillor so-and-so had a blue dress, and she really spoke hardly against that because of blue dress? Is that where we're heading?
Councillor Patterson, I find your question quite comical, in fact, but I'm sure Councillor, Mr. General Manager will give you an answer.
No.
Okay. My next question is: are we being fiscally responsible, financially responsible, when we're talking about possible rate rises, development restraints, cutting library times, etc., CPI increases, electricity increases, wage increases? Are we being responsible by putting another $30,000 possibly onto our operating plan?
Mr. General Manager.
That will be the decision of US 9 councillors.
Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I've been studying the situation. I've been talking with people and getting some feedback. And the feedback I've received is council needs to be more responsible to how they spend their money. And as responsible stewards, to spend $30,000 on live streaming for a small audience doesn't cut the cake, you may say. Mr. Mayor, again, we need to take in future decisions on how we're going to cut expenditure and items for the community. if we are seen to be spending $30,000 on this situation, it seems indulgent. So that's how the public reaction has been to me about this, and I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Bain has a question.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. What is the, do we have a depreciation schedule on our current AV equipment? And what, when is it due for replacement?
Thank you, Councillor Bain. General Manager.
Yeah, I don't have that at hand. Mr. Thorogood may actually have a bit of an idea on it, though.
Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the current equipment is fully depreciated. We depreciate technology over 5 years. The equipment is older than that, but equipment like this, we typically work it until failure. So we wouldn't look at replacing it until either the equipment failed or it was significantly not fit for purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood and Mr. General Manager. Councillor Butterfield, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to reiterate Councillor Ferguson's comments. I'm either way not really fussed whether we upgrade the system or not, but as a financial situation of the council at the moment, I think, like Councillor Ferguson said, and Mr. Thorogood, I think we just look into that as the technology needs to be renewed, because our financial situation is not overly good. So I just think it'd be a waste of money to do it this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Councillor White, you have a question?
I have two questions as well. 100% agree with being sustainable, and there are opportunity costs, but we spend $30,000, we don't spend it somewhere else. We all went to the local government.
We have to have a question because you've already spoken.
Yep. So we all went to the local government conference, some, at various degrees of attendance. I think there are savings elsewhere that we might be able to make.
Order.
The question is this, can we make savings elsewhere?
White, or when I say order, you stop. Sorry. That's how it works. Councillor Patterson, Councillor Butterfield, you please pay the respect to the speaker, please, and not talk while they are addressing you. Councillor White, would you continue, please? I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Sorry. I think maybe there's other ways that we can make expenses to cover up. This is always an opportunity cost. But my question is, this is draft. So we're going to get a draft which will have dozens and dozens of other items on that development operation plan. Maybe when we could get to that point, we say, actually, no, $30,000, we need to be spending $30,000 on something else. This is draft. So that's why I would support.
Is it a question?
Is this draft? It's a draft.
So you're asking a question.
It's a draft. So can it be dropped off in a final plan?
Thank you. Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, should council resolve this, and it would be included in the draft, and then council does have the option of dropping that off after that, if it so chose.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, Councillor White, or is that it? Okay, your light's still on. Thank you. With no further speakers, I will speak in favour of the motion before you. When COVID hit in 2020, lots of things happened, but for council and for Councillor Saul and Councillor Patterson, they'd remember we were required, if possible, to attend council's meeting online. Because of my health condition and my age, I decided I would stay until the COVID situation changed dramatically, and it did finally. I stayed at home, as did Councillor Morris, for quite a long time, attending council meetings. For probably a year and a half, up on the screen for council meetings, our faces were in big frame. And yes, I'm an elected councillor, and people can see my face, and I'm okay with that. And for those people who said that it's a worry for them, well, every time you go out in the public, you'll be seen and you'll be known as a councillor. So I accept the fact that when you have a public office, you're in the public's eye. For those people who have said in the debate that they think that there's only a small audience, so it really doesn't matter, you have to ask yourself this very simple question. Is it a small audience because it's such an awful vision coming to you? Would it be a large audience if people were able to see more of the councillors in the debate. And as I also would like to acknowledge that I moved a motion similar to this back in 2020, I think it was, or before that. We have an upgrade of the system. At that time, the councillors decided that wasn't the case. But I think there is a time when you look at what Armidale Regional Council can do with their amount of money, that we can do this. So I'm also supporting this in that we adopt it today, it goes up into the operational plan, the draft, and we can make a further decision. The cost of $30,000 seems like a lot of money, and it might be a problem to explain that to the community. But if you look outside council chambers at the moment, there's a video screen outside the library and one at the corner up here, which would cost a lot of money to put out there, an all-weather one. And it did not have to come before council, but it's putting out information for the community. And it's really important that that happened, but it's a cost that did not have to come through this process of putting it in the operational plan, because it was part of an overall budget for a particular place, possibly in communications, but I'm not sure. But I'm sure Mr. General Manager can address that. So I really think that in the grand order of schemes, and yeah, we've been given a $5 million grant for the airport tarmac upgrade, the main runway. We have to find another $5 million. We've already allowed in the long-term financial plan, I think, $2.7 million for that, but we've got to find another $2 million. We're talking about big amounts of money here, millions of dollars, and this amount is possibly up to 30,000. So that's why I'm supporting the motion on the screen before you. Mr. General Manager, do you wish to make a comment on what I've said?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in relation to the two screens, they were actually included in the CapEx attached to the operational plan. So council did actually approve both of those.
Of course, yes. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. If there's no further debate, or no lights are on, Councillor Ring, yes, please.
I just would like to say that, saying $30,000 isn't much when we're dealing with $5 million. When we're dealing with a community, especially for a young person, I would love an extra $30,000. And I think, we're talking value for money and bang for buck. I don't think that this is it.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. No further debate. Ask Councillor Bain to close debate, please.
Thank you, everyone. That's been a really interesting discussion. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson, talking about priorities. One of the priorities that we identified yesterday in our workshop was around community education, and I can see that this would be supporting community education. I look at the screen and I look at how much white space there is there. Could we imagine that there was a larger picture of council? It's not about a fashion contest. It's about transparency and looking at the process of how we make decisions. In terms of, so there's two things I think here. One attitude is, well, not many people watch it, so what's the point? And the other one is it's too expensive. So I want to address those two. One is, in my simplistic mathematical way, I look at the YouTube hits, and I know that they it's not extremely accurate, but the average, I worked out adding up the last 12 months and then dividing by 12 is how I find an average. I got an average of 210 hits a month. Some months, December was about 120 because people weren't that interested in coming up for Christmas, and in June or July there might have been something more interesting on the agenda, and there was about 480. It could have been me sitting there going on it to 210 times to manipulate the data. I don't know. I believe that if we had better vision, there would be better engagement and more people would be looking at it. As in my experience and doing years of project management, as a school administrator, as a principal, as a CEO of a land council, I understand that a strategic investment can save money down the line. An example we had, if we have people that are unhappy in the community, that can take up massive amounts of staff time. an example of yesterday where if you looked at your emails, that took up a huge amount of time. In terms of cost, I take on board what Councillor Wyatt said. I would propose some savings. Firstly, that when we have the local government conference, that only voting delegates attend. That would save, I figure on the back of paper, around about $12,000. If we weren't to stay at a resort when we go there, if we were to stay in a motel, that could save a significant. I'm not talking about staying in a backpackers. I'm just talking about staying in a motel rather than a resort. That could be quite a significant saving. $250 per head for the conference dinner, which I personally didn't find an opportunity to network and talk to people there. It was very loud. So I think we could lose that in terms of tightening our belt. Another thing, another area, so and a rough estimate, I'm saying we could save about $12,000 there, which, I'm sure young people wouldn't mind $12,000 either. For a uniform, we have a uniform allowance of $690
Point of
each.
order.
Hey, what's your point of order?
This is not discussing video cameras in the council.
I have to rule on the point of order. I rule the point not to be supported for the simple reason he is talking about the costings, which is part of the value that's there, and Councillor Bain is quite rightly addressing how that money could be saved. Councillor Bain, continue.
So on the back of the envelope, which is, my assessment, that we could save approximately $12,000 there. The uniform allowance of $690 each. I believe that councillors, if they wish to have a uniform or yet another Akubra hat, they could buy it themselves and claim it back on their tax. So that would save approximately $6,000, which takes us up to $19,000. Now, we often go out to lunch as a council after a meeting, which is a really great opportunity to socialise and to reflect and have a chat. But, let's say rule of thumb, that's about $3,000 a year. I think we're looking at $21,000 saved just there. Just thinking and keeping that in perspective, how we spend our money.
Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me, Councillor Bain, I have another point of order. Councillor Patterson, what is your point of order, please?
Council is not speaking to the recommendation. To his own recommendation, has nothing to do with costing.
I'll again rule that he is. He is speaking to it. It is about $30,000, and he's speaking to how that could be managed. Councillor Patterson, please don't give me another one that repeats what you've previously put. You've already had a ruling from me on that. Councillor Bain, could you finish, please?
Thank you. Yeah, and so there has been much discussion about fiscal responsibility, and that is what I'm addressing. And I believe that that's about $21,000, and then maybe something comes out of the community engagement budget, possibly. But I think community education, understanding the processes and the transparency is very, very important. So I would commend this simple motion to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain, and you cut it right to 5 minutes. Well done. I'll now put the motion. It's before you on the screen, and you all read it and you've heard the debate. I now ask for any dissent to the motion that's before you. There are 6 dissenters. I'll wait for those to be recorded, please. And I assume that 3 of us are in favour. Thank you. I declare it lost. And we move on to item 11.2, which is a zoning review for villages and towns. It's been presented by Councillor Patterson. In a notice in the background, it was done in collaboration with Councillor Kerry Riddington. So, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. I just want to...
No, before you speak, sorry, my mistake, Councillor Patterson. I need a seconder before you can speak. You've moved it. Councillor Riddington seconds it. Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
We've been discussing once again about savings of costs in relation to running of council. One of the things that I've seen living in the Shire for 57 years is the differences that council has to manage between towns and so-called villages of the area. Making an overview that our villages are towns now. We have, I believe, we have no villages. We have developed, we have come forward, we have moved, like Port Macquarie, the Hastings, have no villages. They have moved forward, and their development, their rulings, their LEPs on their area, like what I'm proposing, on myself and Councillor Riddington, is that our whole Kempsey Macleay Shire is rated as a town. So when our development officers, when our planning officers, when our staff have to look and review anything that's proposed in that area, that it's not like, well, you can here, but you can't there. It's not changing a zoning like a commercial zoning, a industrial zoning. It's looking at setting our whole area as a town. So we're all on an equal footing. So our staff doesn't have to spend extra time working out and to and fro. We spoke earlier on, I brought it up in the DA discussion about what are we going to do, to make things more progressive and more understandable for people to put DAs forward, and to also understand what they're allowed to do in their zoned area. I propose also in this, well, you could possibly call it a part of an amendment, put a time on this, and this would be to complete this. And I want to, if I could ask some feedback from the General Manager to if we can complete this in this current financial year, of what would be the repercussions, or is that something that's doable?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Patterson. You're proposing that there possibly be an amendment put by you, which we accepted by you, which we'll get advice from the General Manager. Mr. Jackson, thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The Kempsey LEP 2013 is going to be reviewed. It is planned to review it in the next financial year. The review of an LEP is a long and relatively slow process and does involve consultation, etc., on a number of points. So we won't be able to complete this as sort of a subset of that review in this financial year. However, we will definitely be looking to undertake the review in the next financial year and of the entire LEP, which will include this.
So would I be able to include that in this as number 4? Would that go?
Yeah, it's up to you because you're the mover. So if you want to put that in.
I'm just asking staff whether that would make sense. I understand you said that you were going to do it, but I would like it written that it is going to happen. It's not proposed to happen.
That the review happen.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr.
Jackson, what would you put on the number 4 amendment to support that?
Yes. So to undertake the review of the CLEP 2013 in commencing in the next financial year, the 23-24 financial year.
Could I just,
Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, let's jump in there. I think if that is included, then 1, 2, and 3 become irrelevant because the review would actually cover all those things.
Yeah.
So basically, what you're asking is that the review of the Kempsey local LEP be included in the 23-24. Commencing in the 2023 operational plan. That's what we're doing. It will cover off on those things with that. Councillors need to be aware that a review of the LEP really is a 12 to 18 month process.
Yep.
So there is no short term answers to the issues that we're facing that this is trying to address. It's really just a simple 1-line thing that undertake a review of CLEP commencing in 23-24 financial year. which
So,
is currently in our schedule anyway.
Could I clarify, please, for Councillor Patterson? Would that include a review including the definition of zoning classifications?
Yes.
Included
Yeah.
in the
Yes,
motion?
yes, all those things would actually be covered off in that review.
Okay, we just need that in the motion.
And just before Councillor Riddington, I'm just going to ask another question, possibly through to.
Well, can we get the wording right first,
Yeah.
Councillor Patterson, then you ask a question?
But I guess what we're saying from a staff point of view is you don't need 1, 2, and 3 in there at all. If you're doing the review of the CLEP will cover all those things. There will be a report at the end because you'll actually adopt a new CLEP. At the end of it, it will cover off on all the aspects within it, which includes the definitions of towns and villages and how they're actually covered and those sorts of things. So it all, once 1, 2, and 3 become redundant, you only need point 4.
Yeah,
that's I guess what I'm saying. Similar to what we talked about last one. It's just you only need the 1 point.
If I accept that then to be number 4.
Before we go on, Councillor Patterson, you don't need the words villages and towns in this at all.
No, you only need point 4.
Okay, point 4.
Councillor Riddington.
Right, we'll come to that in a moment. Councillor Patterson, you had another question.
Yeah.
We'll now come to
I
that,
do.
please.
I do. The other question is the CLEP. That is something that council is able to change. Is that through? That's through to you, Director Jackson.
Mr. Jackson,
in terms of references and there's the what the original notice of motion is asking for is the possibility of the rezoning of all our villages to be towns. That's something that council is able to do.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Council is able to consider those things. The CLEP does go through to the planning minister, which is why the amendments have to be undertaken quite thoroughly. And obviously we will need to mount an argument as to why a village is now a town. So there will be a quite thorough review to undertake that. And there is the potential that council will not be, I guess our proposed amendments, whatever they will be, may not be accepted if they're not thoroughly grounded in.
Yeah. And so just once again, if I leave that as now becomes number 1, that those points will be picked up that I raised.
Yes, Councillor Dale.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Riddington and then Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Patterson. I really appreciate it. This particular notice of motion that Councillor Patterson's put up was done in collaboration with me because Councillor Patterson and I have had several conversations with different members of our community on different things about what you can do in a village and what you can do in a town, and it's anomalous. And certain people can do certain things in a town and they can't do certain things in a village. You've got prohibited use, you've got permitted by consent, or you've got permitted. I really struggled, and Director Jackson was so helpful. I couldn't find a definition in any of it about a village or a town, which makes it really, really hard for members of our community. So, and you know my feelings on cost shifting from the state government, and then we get all the responsibility and then we don't get any power. We don't have power, as Director Jackson said, bloody hell. We don't have power to make our own decisions in our own Kempsey Land and Environment Plan. It's got to go to state. We need to take control of this process. We need to take more input. So I'm really grateful that we will have input into the CLEP. It will get a proper review. I'm happy to take out the towns and villages in this as long as we've got an assurance, which we have, that will be included. I really wanted to put this on the public record so that people know that we are asking proper questions. Thank you. I commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Yeah,
and then Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 questions. Do we need to do this? This KLEP's 2013, will it come up for review anyway?
Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, it was going to be reviewed next year anyway. That we're commencing it next year anyway.
And this will fall part of that anyway?
It's doing it was in plan. This will just make it very specific in the DPO.
Okay. And Is there, as population grows, is there a flag where villages already step up to towns? Like, is there a population size or anything that automatically?
Unless Mr. Jackson knows that, we'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, I think we'll have to take that on notice. There are factors, villages, what may be called a village in some areas could be a town in others.
Thank you very much. That's on notice. Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, please.
I have two questions too. Is the development control plan not part of this process, is it? So that would be a separate review process.
The DCP,
Mr. General Manager, yes.
Mr. Mayor, the DCP review would fall out after the LEP.
And the second question, second question is, this is a statutory document, so I presume it has to go through gazettal process, and I presume you have to notify the Department of Planning and Environment. I presume that's already commencing because it's already in the plan. Like, how does putting this here and bringing it forward impact Department of Planning and Environment? Do we get to sort of dictate terms to them, or do they dictate terms to us?
Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, there's a standard process to go through for a review. So once this is in and finally adopted by Council in June this year, should you resolve that, then we would actually commence that process, and it would be done in partnership with all the relevant departments. It's not us or them dictating either way. It's actually something we actually do in collaboration and follow the process that's actually set out.
I guess I would reframe that and say that we can't change we don't have influence in changing their processes. They would have it scheduled in their planning processes as well. And then when does it go to Parliament to approve in the gazettal notice?
Mr. General Manager.
First part, most of the work in actually doing the review is actually done by Council. It's actually reviewed by the state government, is my understanding, and it does need to be gazetted.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Patterson, do you wish to close debate?
Yes, thank you. Just once again, as councillors, with the help of, we worked on this together, Councillor Riddington and I, that we just want a community that works and fits together. We want a community that's not defined, if you look on your mobile device or your computer device, what a village looks like compared to a town. Our villages haven't got little tiny thatch roofs and, a couple of bits of tin up the side. I mean, our communities progress. We're our town. We're a large rural town, with a town centre. We need to be equal. We need to be all on the same plane. We need to make decisions for the whole community. We need to be fair to the whole community, and I commend my fellow councillors to support us in this. Move forward with this. Get the LEP done. Put on it, have in it that we would like just towns, no villages in our area, and let's cut down the red tape that our staff have to deal with. Let's find them efficiencies and let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. We now put the motion. Is there any dissent from the motion on the screen? If not, I declare it carried. And as there's no more business, I'm about to declare the meeting closed. I'd ask all members of the public gallery, they'd like to join councillors for morning tea, and also all the members of the media. Thank you. There's a whole lot of people here that you can't see, for those people out on the internet. But I declare the meeting closed, and